Alright, same mods. Yeah, this is a decent mod set to just have on. Is my game gonna crash? No? Cool. Alright. Um... Watch So Black. Woody's doesn't have his naturals, it's almost uncanny. More people have the mod than not. But it's vanilla. What do you mean? It's not a mod. He's always had those naturals, right? Okay. Before I try to think of a stream title, gotta figure out what origin I'm playing. I'm going to have strength, so I don't care too much about human carry weight here. Missing is fine, so happy doesn't do that much for me. The class distribution, I'm going to have Hunter, Hexblade, and I'm not super sure what else. If I'm going to do Punch Drunk Bastard stuff, Drunk Monk. Vanilla had a bit of a nutty taste to me. Yeah, Withers Nut Milk, We just did a Lae'zel run. Trying to think what origin features are relevant here. It's been a minute since I played Dirge, but I don't feel like changing that. It could just be Tav. Picking up movement speed's always good. Though I haven't been Dragonborn in a minute. Falcon. Maybe I do want to be a Githyanki again, so I don't have to disguise for psionic movement, but if I'm going to do formless slaughter stuff, then by that point I would be disguising. So that's moot. Wergar Invis could be comfy for some stuff I have in mind, but I'm going to be running around with Hex a fair bit. Human just for a skill proficiency is okay. Tenacious D, the D standing for Dragonborn. Fuck, that's good. Tenacious B, the return of Bob. Will, Bleed of Tenacity. Oh, that's pretty good. That goes hard. I don't get the Withers with tits thing. Withers is such a serious character that comically large titties contrasts his aura and are funny. That's it. Which origin hasn't been used in a while? Dirge, Gale. Dirge and Gale are ones I haven't played in a bit. Forgot to finish in the previous run. What's in the menu now? Hey, Chocolate Place. We're gonna do a Tenacity build for the new run. Gotta hit the coffin, catch a leader, GG in another run. Thanks, Lich. Chat, make sure to check out Friendly Lich's content over on YouTube. So let's go through one by one. Sometimes thinking out loud helps. So Elf, I could pick up either movement speed from Wood Elf, or I could pick up a cantrip from High Elf, or I could be Drow. Drow doesn't really offer me anything here. The cantrip won't really be a big deal because I'll have Warlock levels. I can pick up whatever cantrips I need. Tiefling, Zariel Tiefling is just kind of always good. If I'm doing Zariel Tiefling, I could just be Karlach. I guess there's reasons not to do that. I don't really think I'd get anything of note out of Mephistopheles, Tiefling, or Asmodeus Tiefling. I guess Asmodeus I would have on-demand ability drain. This is Wisdom, right? Wood Elf's great, but fuck the 4 stealth proficiency. Yeah. Yeah, Drow I mentioned earlier. Human for a skill proficiency. A little bit of carry weight. Githyanki for the ability to get the benefits of their unique gear without having to disguise myself. Couple favorable dialogue options in the game, couple unfavorable dialogue options in the game, same as Drow. Dwarf, I could go gold for HP, Dwergar for a lot of perks. Shield would be for proficiencies, but I don't need those proficiencies. Half-elf is a middle ground between elf and human, kind of doing the same things those two do, minus the skill proficiency. Halfling, not even in the running. Gnome, I don't see why I would. Half-orc for crit die. Dragonborn for style. Bruce Flame's always wisdom out of its source, right? It was the last solo run to Dragonborn anyways. It's been a while. Origin Minty. I don't have the mod installed right now, but I could. Do you like Free Produce Flame? Light Source you don't need to equip. Free Produce Flame's nice. I haven't done Dragonborn in a bit. Alright, what do I call this run? Is this gonna be Tenacious D? No, cause like then it'll be like, oh, like the music thing. So haha clickbait. But do I want to be original? Tenacious B because like Dragonborn, but people wouldn't get that. Tenacious Deez. Does Twitch even let me put that in the title? Oh, it does. Okay. Tenacious Deez. It's not the greatest playthrough in the world. This is just a tribute. Stuck in my head for the rest of the day. Thank you. Alright, so edit build tenacity, some amount of hunter, X-Blade, 2D. I edit the build commands as I go through the run. What background do I want? Also, what class am I going to start as? I will be taking at least one Hexblade level for access to Hexblade's Curse and access to Hex, and the ability to Pact Bind my weapon so that I can force it to go off of Charisma, which I will want to keep low. The issue is, if I start as Warlock, my default saving throw proficiencies are not nearly as good as they would be if I started as a Ranger. Ranger has Strength and Dex proficiencies, which is just insanely good. But if I do it in the order of Ranger into Warlock, then my casting stat would be stuck on Charisma for the DC of my spells and of my scrolls, rather, and all that. So that's something to keep in mind. What other classes would I potentially want? Drunk Monk is something that I will probably want to do for Punch Drunk Bastard. At the level 3 feature of Drunk Monk is any drunk effects that get applied to you get replaced with a version that has no downsides and lasts 5 turns instead of 2. So if I'm going to use Punch Drunk Bastard later on, that's going to be a big part of that, but I don't have to take that until then. I likely am going to want to go Dual Wielder here, at least for Act 3. I think the best saving throw proficiencies, Strength, Dex, and Con. Probably in order would be Dex, Con, Strength, if I had to quantify that. Monk and Ranger are the same ones. Yeah, I could start as Monk. But I could also sort this out later. Not Wisdom? No, Wisdom sucks. The only one worse than Wisdom proficiency-wise is, Charisma. Intelligence is rare, but when intelligence proficiency matters, it's actually impactful. Charisma proficiency just doesn't happen. Is important for the late game? Nope. What's an example of a saving throw you're worried about in the late game that hits your wisdom? One of the most interesting tenacity weapons, Flail of Ages, Pure Sandwich, Morning Stars. Yeah, Punch Drunk Bastard is another one. Charm mostly. Protection from evil and good makes you immune. The charm condition. If you're worried about dominate person, then like, I don't know, they don't do it to you when you're solo, so I never have to worry about that. Some offhand tenacity things could also do it. Yeah, I'm thinking Act 3, it'll be Flail of Ages, Duelist Prerogative. You're gonna incentivize failing weapon attacks for tenacity. What's the goal? Yeah, I'll probably use a pact-bound weapon for that. Let's start as Ranger, because that at least gives me Long Strider and Hand Sleep for the early game for the loot loop when this stuff doesn't really matter. Being a White Dragonborn, I pick up Cold Resistance, so I'll never need to take Wasteland Wanderer Cold. Wasteland Wanderer Fire is better, but I will have other means to get fire resistance. So we'll go Poison, so I never have to worry about that. Well, not weapon action DC, since you need a weapon for Sand Toss and Flick. Speaking of 30 Tricks being spell save DC, but Mockery being Riz is a weird choice. Yeah, it's I don't think Vicious Mockery is the centerpiece. on Swashbuckler unless you want it to be, and at that point, I'm probably not caring too much about the dirty tricks. It's weird. I rarely find myself wanting to do both of those things in the same build, if that makes sense. Always worry about paralyzed, get immunity. Why would you play in a way where you still have a chance to fail? Like, let's say you had wisdom proficiency, have 16 wisdom, you still have a chance to fail the save. Why do that when you could just have immunity and then also move the stat points and proficiencies elsewhere? Gotten killed so many times on armor, failing wisdom saving throw. Why haven't you gotten immunity? If the same thing keeps killing you, stop letting that thing kill you. Get immunity early game? Yes, you can. If you go to Grimforge, the ooze there drop enough materials for you to craft an elixir of guileful movement no matter what your level is. If you do that craft with a transmutation wizard, you have a chance to come out of that with 2. And outside of that, elixirs of guileful movement and their materials start showing up in alchemy vendor inventories at level 6. So you can buy or craft more then. Thinking about Entertainer for late game harmonic dueler stuff, but I can get that proficiency elsewhere. And like Drunk Monk actually gets performance proficiency. I always forget that. Soldier for athletics intimidation. I just played Soldier with Lae'zel. Outlander athletics. It feels wasteful. Noble's comfy. We'll go Noble. I could get a little bit of wisdom here. But to what end? It'll be a while before I actually need to do the pact scaling thing, so I'll have some Riz investment here. We'll keep it low. Take athletics. Investigation, perception. Pure magic build damage, right? What does that mean? What's the gist of a tenacity build? I'm gonna put as many bonuses on tenacity as possible, so like I'm gonna miss attacks and still make people really hurt. Elixir of bowel movement. Hey Felicia. Or about strength and dex with dexterous attacks since it'll screw with pact find scaling. Right. Right. I'll be able to sort that out later. That's a good shout though. I might have to lower my dex later. That'll be fun. Maybe that means a retaliation angle comes in. Randomizer would be a lot less interesting with Dragonborn, but yeah, this works for me.
What was that?
Yeah. Might have to lower my dexterity and my riz later. This will be fun for now. Alright, what's the name? Running Shadowheart could be funny since she's known for missing. Shadowheart has the most accuracy at the beginning of the game of every character. The only one who beats her out immediately following that is Astarion. She's literally the most accurate. It's just the meme. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I haven't seen you play in magic damage build with high charisma, wisdom, intelligence stats. I've done that before. Tenacious D, chicken tendies. D. Afa. Sparkles. Barbara. Dark Tendency. DD. Lady D. Alright, DD. Alright, now give me a number. We're gonna randomize this. Tenacity. Oh, that's good, shoot. 14, 13, 7, 7, a negative 5, 11, 5, 7, 8, 9. I see a lot of 7s. We'll do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Didn't look. Oh, Madame with a 20. Hot damn. Just roll good.
My head. Dead. Good. With haste.
Alrighty. 7. I see a lot of 10s in here. Aha. It's important that you take fall damage, just so you remember that you're alive. Yeah, acid arrow.
Seems simple enough.
Oh, I forgot to Connor Losir in the last run. Whoops. Losir is still in Lae'zel's camp chest.
What's up for discussion?
Please, remove us from this body, from this case.
It's the only thing I took investigation proficiency for, so good to see that paying off.
Apart from this strange context, you notice nothing unusual about the brain.
Okay.
The skull holds.
I need a little extra edge.
Your
I kill the brain?
Within
Nope.
days, we will. Who am I?
Why would I?
Do nothing. We will address the matter.
Could have been luckier with drops there.
Time to strike.
survival is.
Except Lae'zel stand there. Can you take down Zalk if you fail to free us? Yeah. I'm not gonna even try to take down Zalk though. It's a waste of time.
I will ascend.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I will ascend. I'm free from death.
Favorite act as far as combat goes? Act 2.
You prove surprisingly adequate in battle. Now, to the helm.
Open up. Odd. I feel better.
The ship won't be able to take another dragon attack. We need to get out before it's too late.
I crit you. Enemies can't crit you on the Nautiloid. They are incapable. you can't crit miss and they can't crit you.
Mind flare machinery. Better watch what I touch.
How many are there?
Could go for that intellect power, but I don't feel like it.
A rune. But for what?
Oh yeah, who we romance in this run, do we think? What's the vibe? Minty? Maybe.
It breeds madness. The console hums to life, so then discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you.
Karlach? Ooh, could be
You are
Karlach.
shi-
I'll stop.
Dangerous company. Let me come with you.
I'm DD. Time to go.
Blackets will be done.
Indolence breeds
I'm going
madness.
to somewhat intentionally do a very low XP Nautilid just to show how little that matters.
As I was taught.
No time to rest.
Never get over you shit talking how easy it is to romance house and then getting rejected. It was pretty funny.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Moving in.
So the way to ensure Mind Flayer XP is not doing what I'm doing right now. Hey, we got a
What do
candle.
I have to lose?
HM? Honor mode? Yeah. Always.
Can't give up now. Good opportunity.
My faith will guide me. This'll help.
No one
I
might
mean,
get
that's just thinking what you're doing.
this.
Ah.
My faith protects me. Got to keep moving.
Never a dull moment.
We need to get out of here now.
Best be on my way.
I'm ready. On I go.
But Shadowheart can't hit. That was an incredibly low damage guiding bolt, but she hit. Yeah, the reaction points is the purple one. If 3 dashes can be used, 3.
Need to act fast. On the move.
Come on, can't stay idle. Always room for more.
With this void bulb.
Have to keep going.
Oh yeah, so I should explain. Lae'zel is forced into your party. So I do mental gymnastics, and I am pretty lax about companions on the Nautiloid. So I go out of my way to get Shadowheart most of the time. Lae'zel's dead for XP purposes right now. Reducing my XP and also eliminating a pain-in-the-ass fight that I could opt out of, but I'm not going to even allow myself to have to deal with, and that's Deez and Nymessa. Deez and Nymessa are run killers. Fighting them is a little bit of XP. Inspo for some backgrounds. Early Oathbreak if you want that, but it is an intense risk because they can just crit you out of the game.
Can't afford to let up.
Another fight. Let's go.
Concentrate. Moving.
If this ship hits the ground, we're dead.
Time to press ahead.
Keep going. Get to the transponder.
Dirty.
Ready.
We want Zolth to get the Mind Flayer in range of the barrel. Explosion. It's not really cleanly in range, but maybe good enough.
My faith will protect me.
If I don't get it, I don't get it. Neat.
Never a dull moment.
The helm's
So
aiming.
skipping us, the other Intellect Devourer, we still came out XP positive over what would be an efficient Nautiloid where we didn't get the Mind Flayer XP. So, what mod do I use to see reaction points? The one that says reaction points on UI. I believe it's on the Nexus.
As you wake, the tadpoles up to the top.
Already level 2 because we got that Mind Flayer kill.
Over, then through.
Lae'zel's dead over there.
You're alive. We might have escaped, but we need each other.
Come with me.
Takes you
Reviving Lae'zel with Shadowheart in the party gets you that Acolyte inspo.
If you're
Send her away. Go the Strix Zulk as well. Fire is not going to be good against him. You can get a kill on Zalk, but it's easier to kill Zalk by helping the Mind Flayer kill him, and then killing the Mind Flayer after. You can also, so Zalk is hard-coded to prioritize the Mind Flayer. If you position yourself in a way where Zalk has to move to get to the Mind Flayer, he'll provoke opportunity attacks from everyone. So you could get a lot of additional damage out of that. But killing Zalk is impractical. Possible, impractical.
I have something to ask.
To come, our search begin. I will.
Always command drop? No, not always command drop.
What's inside?
If you want to make sure the Mind Flayer dies, command drop reduces the consistency of that. If you want Zalk to die, then command dropping his weapon can assist in that, but, like, not always.
I'll take that.
Because if he doesn't have his weapon, he does less damage to the Mind Flayer.
Traps, please.
And sometimes you want to make sure the Mind Flayer gets beat up enough. Zalk will usually win
Fresh
even
water.
unarmed, but not
Must be a
always.
settlement somewhere nearby.
Killing the Mind Flayer do? XP. The Mind Flayer is 75 XP, Zalk is 75 XP, the two Cambions that spawn in during the fight are 75 XP each. It's all XP. Now, my position with how I route my runs is I don't care about auto-late XP. It is so not worth caring about. It doesn't get you to any actionable thresholds, except like maybe if you wanted to be level 3 before the first Grove fight, maybe you could do that, but like there's no real merit in doing so.
Wonder what's past this.
Watch this. Hulk always kills Mind Flayer with 4 turns into a command drop. That's just not true. Why are we bending over backwards to speak in absolutes? Not true. Zalk is capable of missing.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
You are also capable of healing the Mind Flayer yourself, buffing the Mind Flayer yourself.
Should mind my step. Moving ahead. What's going on with that room? Looks unstable somehow.
How you doing, RBF Queen?
There. A mind flayer. Monster. Death
For the
is
benefits
too
of
good
entering
for
the
it.
chapel this way, XP, without triggering the exploration spot. The loot that's in that room.
Up there, in the grass. There.
Just a dumb ball. You
Time to think. My name. So, although.
Yeah, travel with me.
all
Find the XP at the end of the rock path the chest you just passed inconsequential to. It's actively detrimental to take that now, because that's exploration XP, and that scales with your character level. So if I take that now at level 1, I get 5 XP. If I come back and take that at level 10, I get 260 XP.
Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate. Yes. Oh, darling.
You always take strength from Elixir and Active from Star and Mirage? Not always, but often, yeah. This the exploration path you were talking the other day? Yeah. My specific question was like, what's the optimal strategy to get Zalk, Mind Flayer, 2 other campaigns to loot and autoload? Having a companion outside of the helm combat shooting at the cambions, which will take a lot of time. It's faster to do with certain cantrips. Bone Chill, Eldritch Blast, Toll the Dead are significantly faster than using a bow, but you could just shoot a bow. And as for Zalk and the Mind Flayer, you want their fight to go on as long as possible, and then you either kill the winner, or you finish both of them at the same time with Barrel Explosion. And none of it is worth your time. So I don't do it. But that's how I would do it. I think the pound for pound the hardest fight in early Act 1 for me is usually the owlbear. It's entirely skippable. Well, that's the thing about Act 1. It's all of it is skippable. Like, actually all of it. I could, from where I am right now, skip every combat, go directly to the mountain pass. It wouldn't be in my interest to do so, but I could. So view every combat like that. There's no early or late in Act 1. It's like, you determine the order of everything. But I will say that there are some things that I'm very obstinate about not doing unprepared. Like the Boulette is one of those. It's kind of like the owlbear, where the threat level is pretty high, and the reward is disproportionate. You don't get something worth the risk for doing the Boulette early. So I don't. Killed a piggy. Why'd you do it? Because it was 3 XP. Piggy did nothing wrong. Piggy was made of 3 XP.
But that will fit in my pack.
Got this game down to a science. There's always more to learn.
Good here, I hope.
Always. Best way to make bosses expend their legendary saving throw thing. Legendary resistance? It depends on what you have available. Incapacitating effects are the ones they're most willing to burn those resists on, but they are also willing to burn them on things like resisting your weapon coatings. So if you're doing a build that does a lot of weapon attacks, you can try to make them burn them on coatings. On the run we finished earlier today, the way I burned the legendary resists on Gortash and Answer was, on Gortash I just clicked hold person scrolls until he was out. And on Answer, I clicked eye bite until he was out. Use Tenacity to apply coatings? Yes. It disguised as a gnome here, so Fury of the Small isn't an issue.
Watch out!
Heard about your freezing orb idea and the exposing bite build, thought that was cool. Yeah, I still gotta actually implement that. I have some levels in this build. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with everything, so hey, maybe that happens on this one. Okay, Zevlor's up right behind me, so there's no reason for me to risk my safety. We're gonna do the usual Void Bulb. This Void Bulb is designed to give Will a better hit with his Arms of Hadar spell. Go for Aridin. Miss is good. Good one, Will. Now, ideally, the Booyah goes for Zevlor and misses. Or, and hits, rather. But usually misses. Not a bad turn from Barth. Good job, Will. Hit Zevlor. Missed, yeah. Rhaenyra has a dagger, she's just stupid. Are you canonically stupid? No. You should be better than this.
Well, so much for peace.
Okay, you're at 2. Optimal XP here is Will goes down. Rhaenyra. I kill Rhaenyra myself. Aridin and Barth live. Let's see if we can make that happen.
And away I go.
Critical miss. If I waste a valuable bulb on a fight, you easily win anyways. Efficiency. And void bulbs aren't valuable. They're extremely cheap and I can buy as many as I want as soon as I can trade with Omella. Also put Will in a position where he more than doubled the damage that he would have done without my assistance in his first 2 turns. I don't see Barth living, so I'll try to snipe to kill. 80%. I could put down a candle, try to snipe him with the special arrow. I don't really want Aridin to take that kind of heat, though.
Here we go.
So we're gonna blow. Merchant inventory is refresh and partial long rest? Yes. Any long rest, and also assigning a level. Will wasting the potions, but he's at least soaking up some of the archer attention. Barth went down. Minus XP, but does mean I get his hand crossbow earlier. Gonna hide. Trade tables reroll are essentially free? Yeah. The thing to keep in mind is... Will go down here is good. It means he won't steal the exploration XP spot here. Something to keep in mind is if you are trying to make a particular buff last for a long time, long resting denies you that. So, for example, getting Cloud Giant elixirs is very rare at level 6. So if you have one, you maybe don't want to rest if you have it active. Guileful movement elixirs before level 6 are almost non-existent. You're only guaranteed 1. You can luck into 2, you can technically luck into 3, but you are only guaranteed 1. So you want to make that last and maybe not spam rests. One-time buffs like Bliss Spores. If you rest, it's gone. There's reasons to avoid resting. But if you are just after seeing vendor inventories, yeah, there's almost never things stopping you from just spamming partial rests. Keep in mind some quests are on long rest timers. If you want to see a list of such quests and events, do !BG3 time in the chat. And that'll send you to the wiki page that shows the list.
Think you can take me on?
Hey, good crit, Zevlor. Time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Yeah, exactly.
Can't risk being in open view.
They're very focused on healing each other today. Above the monastery, yeah, Morning Lord's Radiance is another one. The +5 to mental stat buffs you can get in Wraithwind Town in Act 2. A lot of people like to rush to those early in Act 2 and then keep them for the entire act. Hey, Blark. Hope you're having a good weekend. Approaching this fight like a total coward might seem uninteresting, but this is one of the most volatile fights in the game. Because you are not guaranteed a place in the turn order. Anyone in this combat could be in any configuration because you don't have access to initiative bonuses unless you are already level 3 or have lucked into a Vigilance Elixir. The Goblins have Fury of the Small, you don't have crit protection, so even a non-crit Fury of the Small without this rallied temp HP could just one-shot me.
What's in here?
And also the Goblin Booyog can one-shot you. Part of why I like Poison Resistance this early. It's not the whole reason, but it's part of it.
This calls for careful footwork.
It's our first Tenacity weapon. Dragonborn look cool. We're avoiding going through the front gate because that's an exploration spot. So it'll be a while before I go through there. I'm gonna try to save that one, though maybe I'll get lazy. Forgot I want to go get the Guidance Amulet. I'm still level 1 here, instead of assigning my levels for vendor attitude purposes. It only costs 400 gold to max a vendor's attitude at level 1.
Anything of use?
It's 500 at level 2. 600 at level 3. I believe it's 800 after that. At 1,000, and it starts spiking even more. What level will I take it? Most often, I tend to take that one at 4 or 5. From time to time, I'll get it at 6, but not usually. It's possible to save it till 10, but it's another one of those things that I'm lazy about. Because it requires, reviving Will elsewhere. Because if you just pick him up and bring him through and then revive him, his AI won't function properly. A resource for the best time for exploration XP. Okay, best. So in general, it depends on what your run looks like. If you're doing region locked, then these Act 1 exploration spots, ideally you take them at level 7, because there's not enough XP in the map to get to level 8, so that's the latest point where you still have access to them, so you take them at level 7. In general, exploration spots, if you can't avoid taking them, you want to try to get them at level 5 or level 8, or as high as you can get after those points. Levels 5 and 8 are breakpoints, where you get more proportionally. But of course, if you can get them at a higher level, even by 1, it is still more XP. Level 10 is where a lot of them tend to get claimed in non-region lock runs, because that helps towards the goal of hitting level 11 before fighting Merkel. But in general, levels 5 and 8 are the relevant breakpoints, and after that point you can stop min-maxing and still get good value. Succeeded the perception there. That barrel over. I'm getting stylish and I don't need to. But I felt like styling.
No traps, please. Here we go.
The bag lies within you stack.
There's also a good opportunity to talk about Corpse Grinder and Foe Breaker later in Act 3. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe Foe Breaker sees some use. I hadn't thought about it. Corpse Grinder, unlikely, but I do like that weapon. Act 3 will most likely be, some infinite reaction point cheese stuff that you can do. That I just think would be funny. I've not done it before, but I'm aware of the mechanics.
You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid.
You see the tiefling's jaw clench. He's about to erupt.
Two ones. Sacred Star. Sacred Star, my beloved. Oh, Dragon might have added Cleric to the build.
Thank you for your help out there. This attack will only strengthen. We can't stay. They've withdrawn their... Perhaps you could persuade her. You'll...
Yeah, so there goes the inspo that I made sure to grab. Resource know the exploration points locations. Maybe there's a wiki page on it, but I don't know off the top of my head. It's just kind of something you know.
Take that back right now.
What? Is there anything you need? Just some bits and bobs I no longer need?
Let's go this way for now. Sleep scroll is nice there.
Silver.
I need a quick word.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Land is everything.
Thank.
Dragonborn gets that without a check. Field perception there. You can speak with animals, talk to the Mordocs.
And I cannot even eat it. I sometimes.
Let's look at the XP.
He stares right past you when you.
I'm rolling great today. Just put Lae'zel in the party to talk to Zoru.
It
Is this monster with you?
The locals prove the teethling.
Remember, you have teeth and claws. Use them.
Step! Ha! I need to be ready for a fight, but I'm useless with a sword. You! Oh, yeah, but I'll keep at it.
Are you sure?
Dice have not been particularly kind to us so far this run. Bandanas worth 20 XP. Watch as when you try to do funny Tenacious stuff, you always land inaccurate hits. I'm calling it now. Yeah, I might have to start doing things like give myself disadvantage, Mick. It might become necessary. Ah, yes, a 1. And see trade sheets over at his channel. Make sure to go drop a follow.
Best to fill your belly now. While we... You've been on hard times too, huh? It's there.
Don't bother killing the rat. 1 XP.
Lotions and potions galore. You take a sup at that. I'm sorry to go on about it.
If I do 50 different things that are 1 XP throughout the run, that's 50 XP. It took me a couple seconds of time to go out of my way. There was no risk at all. And I'm at the part of the game where 1 XP is proportionately a lot more of my XP than at any other point in the game.
I've ne'er a potion. No, do you need anything? Hey, bother. Be careful.
Trader has no problem.
I'm gonna merge Ethel's strength potions in her vendor inventory into the stack she has on the table. I'm gonna do this every time her inventory resets. I can stack up to 20 times. Or up to 20 potions in the stack, I should say.
You sure you want to be seen? Now I'm gonna take the They chased us. Aye, we've got... Didn't work out, though. But gold ain't any use if you took... All I've got's the...
An XP.
Can't wait to get back to the gate.
20 XP.
Hope the goblins aren't smart enough to poison their blades.
Here we go again.
Explain the strengths of this build. Tend to purposely miss in order to use a reaction for tenacity. Yeah, I just want to showcase how you can make tenacity do a lot of damage if you want to. And I want to mess around with the dynamics of what happens in a build when you don't actually need to prioritize accuracy for your key interaction, you know? So some of the things we'll be using are Hex, Colossus Slayer, Hexblade's Curse, Poisons, Gaping Wounds, later on dual wielding to be able to tenacity with offhand attacks from weapons other than tenacity weapons. Throw people into a chasm in town with no negative consequence. You gotta know where to do it from, but yeah.
This is a nightmare.
Let's get this over with.
And if I fuck up animation canceling, then I could just die. Because I haven't learned the easier way. Well, I know how to do it, I'm just not good at it. Poor Raph will die quicker than usual. Yeah. Cancel animation. So when I'm moving people, like I just moved Zoru and Icaron and Ramira, I'm using improvised melee weapon, and then I'm right-clicking before the actual, like, slam them onto the ground part happens. Moving someone is not considered hostile. Slamming them into the ground is.
Very well.
The goblins will never find them in a chasm. Yeah, I'm just keeping them safe.
Watching his hands,
Yeah, absolute can't hurt them
realize
anymore.
He's miming opening something. He nods, then
15 XP for getting entrance that way.
Please, last throw. What can you tell me about?
I'd sooner trick.
Now Arabella's...
That is the XP for level 3.
You get back. Keep what? You
Pick up this antidote that's here. Easier way to cancel, use double escape. I right click.
Might be useful.
Misty stuff scroll in there. It's useful. A lot to remember. I need to watch a few of these new start streams. Yeah, the early game, affectionately called the loot loop, you can optimize in a lot of different ways, and depending on the rule set of the run, that'll look different. But having gone through this, I mean, just my successful attempts that already puts that, I don't know, 70s, 80s. But if you include unsuccessful runs, been through the loot loop over 100 times, so a lot of it is just stuff picked up over extended periods of time, and then also seeing other people and their interpretations of how to route this early game. Loud run when you moved that route to get Amulet of Sylvanas. Never seen that. There's so many little details, Wales, that might be standard to some players, but completely unknown to others. It's a dense game. There's a lot. Just on the pillars. Yeah, I just don't bother with that out of laziness, but it is there.
I'm sorry.
Alright, don't die, Arabella.
I will imprison the devil.
I guess I could have done the funny and
Cast out every stranger.
knocked out the snake. I'll have to do that in one of these runs.
And keep calm. Do it.
No, the snake's hiss of approval.
Halcyon isn't.
Alright, if you succeed that, I believe it's a passive DC 5 nature check. If you succeed that, you can tell Kaga that the snake's gonna kill Arabella. Yeah, it's DC 5. I still roll as if that's not there. That's why I'm willing to use Inspo, because you can still roll once, but...
Go on. Say it.
That amulet's really solid for Starion. Lets him feed on a party member and remove the debuff. Yeah, that's why it's generally called the aftercare amulet.
No matter. I took back the idol of the Viper. This tale.
So, an XP for saving Arabella, 15 for talking to Kaga afterwards. Another 15 from getting information on the Rite of Thorns.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Another 15 for reading that note.
These boots have seen everything. Light on my feet.
They did a number on you, didn't they?
I see you.
I'm up there. Now, you found her, but I still don't. Why are you asking?
A tadpole. I can't.
We need
So
to be
letting
quick.
Nettie poison you
This
here
way.
is XP positive, because you get 75 XP for clearing the poison. And you can get through this entire thing with no combats and no checks if you just don't tell her shit. And then don't attack her. And then you agree to drink the poison.
There's something in that vessel.
The
Take a
vial that she
closer
hands you
look.
afterwards.
This tadpole crawled out of his head soon after. It's a bit alright.
Thank you.
Of course. No.
Nothing strange. Nothing.
Give me your arm.
Hold out your arm.
Be careful.
Grab the branch. You can sell it for 1 gold.
Truly sorry.
Turn and leave. Use an antidote. 75
There's
XP.
no- But first.
Yeah.
Because you should all. Not yet.
Now we
But
1-1-1
whatever
through.
if you can. Good. All right. Time to skulk about.
Bagging up the Mind Flare. Parasite Specimen.
Take it one step at a time, Nettie. Come on.
forward.
I was gonna say being the most neutral meh PC ever could be fun, but that was Oath of the Crown. Yeah, I ended up just being very non-committal in that run. How's the water look? Get more. I already got that. Never mind. Good job past me. I'll do a run where I pick all the rudest answers. Trade did one of those. It was hard to watch at a certain point. It got real hard to watch. Like telling Karlak life isn't fair after her monologue. Post Gortash. Alright, so we electrocuted Raphael.
Wish I had a bag of holding. Let's have a look.
Hey Salpa, how are you? Is that how to make him show up in camp to steal his armor? Yes.
People up ahead. Something's wrong.
It's mostly for the XP. I don't use the armor that frequently, but yes.
You're a true... A strange symbol. The injured man locks eyes. Do you have orders for us? We were reporting to Edward.
But I told Edward not to look in that cave.
What your brother?
True soul. Absolute.
It's actually XP positive to pass one of these checks, and then kill the tadpole as it tries to get away from you. But I'm taking the tadpole instead. Hey, shock balls. What's the backpack and a vendor trick do? Anything I put in that backpack will stop, like, it won't get cleared by the vendor's inventory refreshing. So I put anything I even maybe want to buy later that would get wiped, I put that in the bag so I can check later. Fantasy layaway, yeah. You know you could do it that way. I've only done it having someone shoot him by the bridge later. Yeah, depending on how exactly you want to handle it, there's different layers of complexity to the Raphael thing. The setup I'm doing here will allow me to get it. Like, I could go get it right now. Not right now, I would have to recruit Karlak. I could get away with not having Will, but I still haven't actually tried the thing I need to for that. I gotta test that off screen. We're gonna disguise as a drow. Now, you don't have to do that. You could also just go around to the south here and then pay a bribe to get in checklists, but I'm just gonna do this.
Looks like an ambush. A clumsy one.
I think it'd give you everything for the price of the backpack. Nope.
Apology. Move it.
We have Mendara at home. Yeah. I guess I should get the waypoint. Am I including Frenzied Strike? No. What would that add? I imagine the thought process is negative accuracy, but no. Adding Berserker to a build makes the build worse. I don't know how to fix the overlay not showing up. It's not working for anyone right now, Althea. The theory is that Twitch changing the directory name from Baldur's Gate 3 to Baldur's Gate 3 broke it. Feel free to ask me any questions.
Keep moving, stranger.
I'm happy to answer.
Quiet. I told you to go.
This check is fake. If you fail it, just click continue.
What are you doing? Get
Leave
back.
the conversation. Talk to him again.
Stay back.
Question, why are you so cool?
You see a name
I'm
etched
not.
into the
Haha.
You know my... Still.
Got
you
him.
should go. My friend is injured. Of course he will. And then we'll... No. I won't leave. If it...
Cool thing about the Act 1 map, it's very interconnected. We can just hop over from scratch. Harlack is right there. Right there. But we're not going to talk to her yet.
Time to press ahead.
I think it's the most difficult class to solo honor. The one you're least familiar with. It's going to be a subjective thing. Like, some people are good at resource management on casters, but not so good at doing more martial attack roll-based builds, and vice versa. It's an individual thing. Pure Class Pally? No, Pure Class Pally is still stronger than Blade Singer, so... Even if we do try to do some sort of objectivity, which I think is a crapshoot. It wouldn't be that. So lost my duo on a run, pickpocketed Withers, got caught, aggroed everyone in camp. Nothing worse, seen Gale haste themselves and fireball me. Yeah, so the thing with pickpocketing Withers, it's not getting caught by itself that causes the issue. It's getting caught by someone in the camp who isn't a companion. So you can make it safe. Certain campsites are safer because of that.
Need any supplies? Need fewer mouths to feed now.
We'll take the bombs. Fire arrow, darkness arrow. Bag the rest. Level you to get to before fighting things, depending on the run. 3, 4, 5, or 6. Depending on the run. Six is a little unreasonable, but 5 is perfectly doable. And waiting till 5 is usually XP optimal.
Body must have been here a good while.
At Aelin nearby, yep, that'll do it. It's also hard to get away from Aelin. I grabbed the wrong thing. Gotta go back to Nutties. Whoopsie.
That's curious.
I hate this. I don't know how to get my position to update. So in patch 7, they kind of fucked the nav mesh in this particular room. Your character is very able to get stuck airwalking, and getting out of that state safely is kind of difficult. So I'm gonna go to main menu and load back in, hope that fixes it. Had airwalking bugs outside the fake Paladins of Tier House a few times recently. Yeah, they messed up the nav mesh in the basement here, and then also where Cyrell hangs out. So you can like airwalk all the way to where Karlach is, and as soon as you try to walk too far, just fall to your death immediately. There's also a spot in Grimforge that has that issue. When this happens, just go to the ladder and come back. Works every time. Good to know. Thank you. I'll have to do that next time.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. Watch how you go.
Going here early in runs is something I recommend. Just loot basically everything. You can get some good consumables. You can get useful things like water bottles. Rotten food is a useful resource depending on your run. You can get a few assorted weapons. And you get a lot of vendor trash. Lets you get a good head start on money.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
And as long as you don't trigger the traps, it's safe.
There's a pressure plate in the chair, but I'm missing something.
Was rotten food useful in a run? If you are playing an aspect of the Honey Badger Barbarian, it is a way to poison yourself, guaranteed, without costing any actions, and you can use that to rage without expending rage charges or action points to do so. If you are using any setup where you want to get Arcane Acuity, you can equip your chosen Arcane Acuity item and then attack a destructible object in the environment to get your stacks. You can use that to stack it before a combat. Rotten food is lightweight, destructible, abundant. So it works well for that. There's also situations where maybe in this run I will want to give myself disadvantage on attack rolls to make tenacity more likely, and I can always simply eat a piece of rotten food. It's a free action. It doesn't cost action, bonus action, anything. You could just do it. You can just do it to poison myself for 10 turns, which gives me disadvantage on attack rolls.
What's inside? Whatever killed those gnolls might be nearby. Careful.
Very well worded. Thank you. This one's more of a recent thing to me, and this is an example of me learning from you guys. Sometimes people in chat will have little optimizations that I end up incorporating. Don't read this book right away. You want to go into the basement first. And you go back up. Then you read the book. Then you go down. Extra 15 XP. Yeah, there's another free antidote as well.
Apart from an O, the coin disappears into...
These webs are everywhere. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Now, this is risky. I really don't feel comfortable doing this. I've been forcing myself to do it lately because it is more XP. And it's some early money. But sneaking over here. Grabbing that. reading this book. It's another 15 XP. It makes me very nervous. I don't like doing it. It's scary.
Time to press ahead. Something good here, I hope.
Humbert, I've been looting too much. Where are you going? Ooh, Cloud of Dagger scroll.
I don't need any
Very good find.
right now.
Huge find, actually.
Have to keep going.
I could use that to take a couple of fights earlier than I normally would consider doing them.
Waiting for more?
This antidote will be giving this one to Thala to get our Boots of Speed. You get the Boots of Speed from her either way, but slightly XP positive for her to live temporarily. You say level 1 like you're doing Defender Attitude to level 1 requirements? Yes, and that's exactly why I'm doing it, Shimmer. I'm gonna do a level 1 Divinate Wizard Prescribing. I hadn't planned on it, but I don't have all of my levels planned out. The stuff that's set in stone is 3 Ranger with the Hunter subclass, 1 Warlock with the Hexblade subclass. Everything else is flexible. We'll likely have 3 levels of Monk for the Drunken Master subclass. For when we want to use Punch Drunk Bastard later on. But I do not have a super clear build outline right now. Bloodlust there is insane, actually. Holy. The RNG has turned around. Threw a spike bulb here to flip this lever through the wall.
A well-guarded laboratory. What were they hiding down here?
And Spike Bulb is sold by Omelum very cheaply. So Spike Bulb, Void Bulb, Caustic Bulbs. I encourage using them. You can have very, very many of them. They're a good resource to keep on hand and use very freely.
I'll give it a shot. Something over there.
Like, for example, Void Bulb is guaranteed 1 damage. And it's force damage. So, if you ever want to do 1 damage, whether it's to kill someone with Call to Weak, finish off someone at 1 HP, ensure that you do an amount of damage in a turn, Void Bulbs have got you.
Best be on my way.
Don't want to go that way yet. It's possible to delay going to the astral plane for later after killing Wargas. Lae'zel is dead currently. Yeah. Even if Lae'zel was around, yeah, you don't have to do that right away. Used them for Ethel first playthrough before I learned other stuff. I still use them for Ethel. They're amazing for getting rid of Ethel's clones.
Looks like a Saloonite necklace.
Like, get my golden dice if I follow all your dialogue options for your last run since entering the Morphic pool, assuming you don't get killed in combat. What do you mean my last run? Like the one I completed today? Like, you get golden dice if you... Yeah? Yeah. It's just, like, get either the cutscene of Gale going up to the top of the brain, talking to it, and blowing himself up, or get any of the, you know, you are the heroes of Baldur's Gate cutscene, or you get an evil ending. Any of those will give you golden dice. Those are your 3 paths.
Here goes nothing.
But note that just clicking the button to blow up Gale from his hotbar is not enough. You need to get him to agree to do it in a dialogue, and he will do it in a cutscene. It's like trade Gale for 1 dice, please. I mean, it's incredibly badass of him, and it's fucking sad. Only done it, once. It was not my first clear. It was on a co-op with Danny where we just didn't feel like doing the final boss, so we didn't. Let's be right back. Okay, I'm back. You don't get dice for prematurely detonating Gale, I thought. That's correct. You don't get dice for prematurely detonating Gale, as in any point other than getting him to do it in a cutscene in Act 3. In Act 2, it's just a game over. Hi, cat. Hello. Cat's doing cat things.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Yes, that is my elbow. No, I don't want to disarm. Open the fucking thing.
Weapon blueprints that use Sousa bark. Rare find. If only I knew where to find some.
I just lost Lazel in the dumbest way possible. Oh no. What happened? Cat. You good? Where am I at? Northeast US. Try to get Blood of Lathander area first so I can grab somebody to camp. She went hostile. Oh, yep. If you bring Lae'zel in your party and you go into Wargaz's room and you leave it in any way, she will go hostile. You gotta actually, like, if you bring her in the room, you gotta play out the quest. Bringing Lae'zel to Githyanki-related things almost always makes things worse. Not every time, but almost always. Like, you don't want to bring her to Voss. Having her with you at Wargaz is detrimental for your options. It's fine in Act 3. But,
Beast fit for an ogre. You notice
the investigation check here is free. If you fail, it's the same thing as the scratch dialogue. Just click continue, click leave, try again.
The dagger still juts from the meat.
He has to make a deception check. You have to tell her to lie to Voss.
Dagger still juts from the meat.
If Lae'zel is truthful, if she goes to talk to Voss without you, they kill her, and then they go hostile to you.
The dagger still juts from the meat.
If she's with you and you let her do the talking with Voss, then they go hostile.
The dagger is tightly embedded in the carcass. The dagger still juts from the meat.
So I let fish people eat her. I'm not strong enough to handle someone for a frog. You could just leave her in camp, though.
The dagger still juts from the meat.
I'll roll good eventually.
The dagger is tightly embedded. The dagger
Burned all the good
still
rolls
juts
last
from
game.
the
Yeah, apparently. There we go.
You notice the blade, thanks to
I don't want to fight the Gith Patrol. Oh, I will, just not yet. Not for quite some time. That is one of the scariest fights in this map, if not the scariest fight. They have high initiative, they have diverse damage types. One of them has Hold Person. Referencing bringing Lae'zel. Oh, so I'm gonna fight them, but I'm not gonna, like, do it in a straight fight. Gonna get a surprise round and kill them all before they get to do anything. And you can't do that if you go in the dialogue with Lae'zel. Unless you bring her there, have things go badly, and then you flee together with Lae'zel, but... Having Misty Step plus Hold Person should be legal. Yet, every Gish, those are the Gith with capes, has that combo. Minthara has that combo. I'm sure others that I'm forgetting.
Haven't seen that game in years.
We're gonna disguise this drow again. Don't need to. You can get past this checkpoint by just rubbing shit on your face. You just go for the nature check. You don't need to succeed it. Just rub shit on your face and they let you through. I'm just gonna do drow because it's faster. Yeah, Buyog Benta has that. Yep.
drum.
Shove out the claw! Drow come!
Voices, your vision cloud, then the vision, my power.
Overclaw, drow come. Oh.
They've captured themselves a bard. I should speak up.
He's a wizard?
Come with me. To you. Wait now. Welcome, your greatness. I've got some good stuff if you're looking to buy.
Buy the Swarzy shoes because they're less than 100 gold.
Yes. Not for me.
Tenure. Try and use the Rat Bat. Not sure which damage riders work well with it. Which ones use most often. Hex, Callous Glow, Lightning Charges, Psionic Overload, Ring of Elemental Infusion. And then think of things that just apply to individual damage instances. So stuff like Hexblade's Curse, Formless Slaughter, Gaping Wounds. Hey, it's Smarty Pipes. Doing well, how are you? Are we going to stream? Probably another hour, maybe 2. Yeah. I'm talented. You say the thing. Say the thing. Doing good? Glad to hear.
Puke sting.
Come on, say it. Say the thing. Yes, I'm waiting because I like this line so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you call a dress knickers?
Hey.
I'll be a big old boy.
There it is. That's my goat right there.
That's curious.
What happens when you talk to Minthara disguises Minthara? Nothing. I'm not actually Minthara. It's just a mod that gives you more disguised self-appearance options. Doesn't give you origin tags or anything. It is just for the vibes. I meant right. Yeah, same.
Be wary. This place is trapped. A couple turns should do it.
I should be bashing these things open instead of lockpicking them, but... Meh. Arrow of Monstrosity Sling there's quite nice. The Great Axe +1 is always there, but getting that Arrow of Slaying is nice. What a Prepare. Actually, I think I tested that. Prepare didn't go on. One of these goblin kids always has a hand crossbow, another one often has a speed pot.
Stupid dead bastard! Give him a good kicking! He deserves it! Yeah! Another dirt elf come to boss us around, eh?
No speed pot this time. The rule is be level 1, did I get it right? Yeah.
Well now. Sandy's
We're gonna chicken chase here. If you have 300 gold, you can wager more. It's either 30 or 300. Chicken chasing is XP, and if you either successfully persuade Krolla after you win, or if you are a drow, you can just get your money plus her money. Otherwise, she gets your money. You don't get it back until you kill her. If you have speak with animals, you can just tell the chicken to go through the posts and win that way. Otherwise, you gotta actually hurt it. 35 XP for chicken chasing, and over my winnings. Drow. Money. Also, as a drow, you can tell this guy in the pants. To give you the poetry. Doesn't do anything special, but it does sell for a little bit.
As the symbol glows.
Another drow option. Drop the disguise.
They're just having a bit of fun.
Going to goblins first for the owlbear cave, lock you out from the cub? Nope. I often don't end up going to the owlbear cave until, like, extremely late, because I forget about it.
Oh, you recognize the crest she bears.
Alright, we're gonna give Roa 399 gold in a backpack. That's max attitude. And we bag up anything of hers that we care about. +1 flail. Bag that because I might want to buy it. Bow of awareness. Irresponsible, but I'll buy that right now.
Smells like burnt flesh in it.
Priestess Gut needs to touch you too. Hold out your arms.
I'm gonna buy her greater healing potion. She always has that and Burning Hand scroll.
You ready?
As the vision dissolves.
So maybe I could help with.
Oi! Souls are infected like us.
We want the mark.
Why do they think they're talking to a god?
Ain't we good enough for the absolute? Oi, come here. I ain't waiting around.
The priestess is slain, and the horde is weaker for it.
Normal gameplay, right? Take that corpse. It's a surprise tool, it'll help us later. That special tool, surprise tool? I forget. Simply for gore. Could go for Palma at level 1, but that would just take some time. I don't feel like doing that.
Need to find a way forward.
Try doing the camp cleric things for your suggestion. Couldn't get will to cast +2 AC concentration spell to stick. Only 8 in warding bond work. Did I do anything wrong? Some things do not work as camp casts. Companion concentration will break when they're dismissed.
That's curious.
So anything that requires them to concentrate won't work. Remembered again.
go.
Or when you remove the spell from the prepared list. As long as you are doing that from outside of a level up menu, yeah. You can remove prepared spells during a level up menu and it doesn't actually remove the effects. Super niche. Wouldn't call it useful, but it's a thing.
Carefully now. Let's have a look.
There are 3 Scrolls of 8 in the game, that's one of them.
That's curious. Can't slow down.
Skeleton over here often has good stuff. Decent.
Looks like all those moon plates can be turned. This goes very far down.
You delayed the exploration points of the Myconid Grove too? Yes. Need to heal, but in case I decide to be bad.
Can't risk being in open view.
Almost waited too long there.
I'll take that.
The trade's correct. Hero's Feast does not give resistance to poison damage. It gives you immunity to being poisoned, but it doesn't give you resistance to the damage itself. So some things are doing poison as a damage type rather than trying to apply something to you. Like Ray of Sickness, for example, tries to do both. And if you're immune to being poisoned, that part can't happen, but the damage part can. However, Cloud Kill, the way Cloud Kill works mechanically, is it is only trying to poison you. So having immunity to being poisoned makes you fully immune to the effects of Cloud Kill.
Something over there. Very well. What the? This stuff is everywhere.
Another spike ball by any chance? Do. for that clarification, of course. Survivable. Hate not having Blade Ward. Feel naked.
Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted.
Let's keep going. You see it.
State your...
Then the
Pussy.
Pacific.
There's a backpack here that the mushrooms tend to destroy. If you go in turn base, you can grab it. It's got some scrolls in it. We're probably like a third of the way to level 4. Be able to check the XP shortly. We're gonna give Thula that antidote. We're gonna talk to Spa. Tell him we'll kill the Dwergar. Give us haste spores. This 20 XP that I just got, that's not exploration XP. Or at least it's fixed level exploration XP. You can tell because if it were the kind that scales with level, that would have been 5 rather than 20.
Why are you helping?
There are a couple fixed level ones.
Coals garters. Not I got away, but not the others.
A Last Light In is another one of those. It is always the same value.
What is the creature doing to those corpses?
Love to watch more. I have to get going. Probably watch the recording later. Thanks again for the awesome channel and community. Thank you again, Mick and Balls, for the sub. Have a good night. Happy hunting. Thank you so much. Welcome again. Hope you have an excellent rest of your day, night. For the exploration ones here. In the reward room, where the Morning Frost piece is, there's 2 in that room. They are not the same size, so they're like slightly separated. You can get one, but not the other if you position yourself. But I sit in both of those.
Richard, you do the circle a service.
Turn on my overhead light. Hang on.
Ah, a visitor.
Ow.
You're a welcome sight. But let us observe the customs of the locals.
The scholar's brow tenses. His voice spills into your skull, the spores connecting mind to mind.
Blurg.
Does exploration XP also count me as level 1 now? Yeah. It is the average level of the current active party rounded down. That's what the game looks at for exploration XP. So in solo, it's just your character level, whatever you are at assigned right now. Doesn't matter if you have the XP for level 12. If you are level 1, it treats you as level 1.
I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Is the Drunk Kobold room in the Crush fixed XP then? No. Where I tested that, same as 7, 8. So what would have happened there, Shimmer, is you probably were in a party and not everyone was the same level. Because that one does scale. And it is not fixed XP. Solo 8, but not leveled up from 7 then. Same as on my run with 8. Maybe my memory's just wrong. There could be some levels that are anomalies. I don't want to rule that out of turn, but that has not been my experience with it. It's irresponsible to buy that now, but I will. We'll get attitude with Dareth. The other people I tend to get attitude with are Damon and Mattis. Sometimes Roland. But I might skip out on Mattis this time. Rosa Flail is something we likely purchase. Just not yet.
Keeping the old turnip.
Reach into memory. But I...
XP for talking to Glut. Bring Glut with me very temporarily here. Gonna have him revive Gut. I can have her use her version of Shield of Faith, which is not concentration and lasts until long rest.
Breathe deep and move.
It's an extra 2 AC.
Maybe I need more pockets. Deadlier than ever. May the gods something sharp, deep, still fresh.
There's that a little faster. Something you'll see me do is take a lot of fall damage. I just kind of jump places. I got these tiny health pots.
You recognize the name.
Scroll. Thank.
Trying to follow a build and rush my items ASAP. Half of them really gets crushed. Any downside to go there early, like unwanted story progression, things like that? Yes. Pretty significant consequences for doing that. What items are you after?
What are you doing? Get out of there!
Alright, I already lucked into a Misty Step. I was like, what happened?
Right. Ta.
Crown Evelyn's Ranger and Ice Sorceress need quite a lot. Don't neglect your early game. You do not need those items right away. you don't even have the stuff to use them effectively once you get them. So, that early game stuff, getting the XP, getting the tadpoles, the permanent buffs, setting up quest lines that you'll want to do later, it's all important. Any particular reason you're doing Cold Dragonborn? Having built-in cold resistance is mildly useful. I think it looks cool, and I haven't done a Dragonborn run in a while. That's all, really. Yeah, swag.
I was forgetting something. What? His hands are empty as a whole. We'll have to send collecting noble stock. Go on then. You. Hubbub's died down.
The mushroom. Dragonborn are good. Dragonborn are cool. And there was nothing I had a particular need of in terms of picking up race features. Like, Ranger's gonna take care of my weapon and armor proficiencies. And if Ranger didn't, Hexblade would. Movement speed's nice, but I don't always need that.
A camp. Looks abandoned.
Could have started and ended with looks cool. That's true. Short Sword of First Blood is one of my favorite early game weapons. This Crooked Wand of Fireballs might seem useless, but you can sell it to someone to get them to blow themselves up, or you can use it with either a Sorcerer or Distance Spell meta magic, or you can use it from high ground to be able to target it in a way where you don't hit yourself. Or you could be a monk or rogue and just have evasion and take no damage. Lots of ways to use it. I almost always forget to use it, but there are ways to. We're gonna try to make it so Lurgan is the one who reveals himself here.
What? Gek! Got someone sneaking up on us.
We can buy that.
His fist grips an axe. On his gnarled grey skin.
Show the brand. What you doing? Maybe I could help. I'll help. If you try to leave before you pacify him enough for this trade button to appear, then he'll attack you when you try to leave. I have almost lost runs to that before. Never quite full loss, but ended up on 1 HP on a run once. It's funny that you've learned the game so much that you don't care that you're level 1. You know you won't be killed. Well, I'm not really, I'm not in any fights. So, yeah, it's pretty safe. I have also done level 1 runs before, so. There's a couple kinds of challenge run that I find really change how you view mechanics in the game. That if you're looking to kind of diversify your skill set, it really forever changes how you look at things. Level 1 is one of those. No hit is another one of those. No long rest is another one. You will find yourself valuing things very differently, viewing things very differently, having done those.
might be worth a look.
What creatures live
I'm not
in
sure what you meant
bodies
by
this
not being able to use these items effectively. It's talking about the weapon reduces crit threshold, the helmet gives you arcane acuity, ring gives 1/4 damage as long as you concentrate, armor gives you 2 dexterity, not accept rush run in that area. Okay, so here's what I mean by that. Knife of the Undermountain King is great, but by the time you get to it, if you're in a martial focus build, you likely have additional things that benefit. So, regular martial builds have extra attack by that point. If you rush getting the item at the start of the game, you don't have any support for your action economy. You don't have a steady supply of things like speed pots, elixirs of bloodlust to make up for things like not having extra attack. You don't have multiple beam Eldritch Blast. You don't have upcast Scorching Ray for more beams. You don't have things like that. Helmet gives you Arcane Acuity. Okay, that's all the way in Act 2. That is so far from anything you need to worry about. And, like, what do you want Arcane Acuity for? Arcane Acuity is 4 things. What is the specific thing you have in mind, or are you just getting it because it's on the checklist? Because you don't have things like upcast Hold Person to lock down an entire room, because you don't have the levels yet. No long rest is not that hard in all consideration. You have fighter, ranger, rogue, or monk. Others I haven't tried. So, yeah, with those classes, you can really get away with just kind of playing normally, because you don't have much in terms of resources that you're gonna feel pressured to replenish. But playing classes that might be conventionally viewed as long rest heavy in a no long rest environment really helps you play those classes more efficiently. Like doing a barbarian or a cleric or a warlock without long resting causes you to view the resources differently. Because often you'll hear people say things like, oh, warlock can't cast that many spells. It's like, that's just not true. I can tell you that that's just not true.
Huh? I don't. There's tunnels everywhere.
Level 11 warlock can blast 3 5th level Scorching Rays before refilling the resources. And that is very good. You Arcane Tower right now? Don't feel like it. Main spells do I have? None. Love that. But yeah, back to the other thing. Graceful Cloth is the clothing that gives you 2 dexterity, but what do you need the dexterity for? What are you doing? Dexterity is good, but, like, why do you want it? Strange Conduit Ring? Cool, that's good. Sometimes. But not only are there rings that provide more damage overall in a majority of circumstances, but what are you concentrating on? How are you protecting that concentration? Do you have the action economy to get the concentration back up if you drop it? And also, why do you want it? Besides triple Eldritch Blast plus Agonizing and Hexblade's Curse plus Gear is a better click than a lot of first level spells. It can be, but keep in mind, triple beam Eldritch Blast is a level 10 thing. So it takes a while to get to that point. Accidentally set off the explosive mushroom, rescuing Barrett. Barrett doesn't sell Cloud Giant Elixir in Act 3 anymore. Wonder if it's just bad RNG. It's related to the Noble Stock. So her shop gets really poor in Act 3 if you don't give her the Noble Stock, Sanguine. But even outside of that, her alchemy mats and potions are weirdly more limited in Act 3. I've not done any focused science on it, but Dareth is noticeably less reliable as a vendor at that point in the game, especially if she doesn't have the Noble Stock.
My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in El.
Giving him stuff to 400 gold of value. I think that's everyone I want to get attitude with. Once trading a Hunter's Mark, later on spell gives you bonus to stealth checks. What do you care about stealth checks for? What is that doing for you specifically? Not sure what I need Arcane Acuity for. Then why do you need the item? I think it's for Boots of Clamor to make the enemies get prone more. Nope, doesn't affect the saving throw on Reverb. So if you don't know why you need it, why do you need it? I know the build is recommending it, and I'm not saying the build is wrong, but like, you don't need to rush that if you don't know what it's for. You will get it once you're at the point in the game where it's available. Like, I could tell you what Pass Without Trace, that's the one that gives you plus 10 to stealth checks while you're concentrating. I can tell you what that's for in the build because I know what it's for. I can tell you what Arcane Acuity is for because I know what it's for. But you don't know what it's for. So you don't need to rush past the important early game gearing and stuff to get to it. And it's a lot easier for you to develop your own perspective and valuation of these things by you getting them, using them, getting a feel for them, than it is me telling you what they're for. I'm happy to go over the mechanics, but don't rush things, would be my advice. Arcane Archer, good subclass, put Arcane Acuity on, found a reliable Banished Blind to be quite useful. Yeah, Acuity works well on that. Before one of the hot fixes post-patch 8, Piercing Arrow and the Banishing Arrow were set up in a way where you didn't care if they failed to save because it didn't prevent the effects at all. So it was really funny at that point. You just didn't need Acuity or Intelligence, and you just always did your full damage and crowd control. Post the change to that, having a little bit of Acuity, I do like from time to time, or a little bit of Intelligence. But yeah, it's a good case for that. That, give me that. That. Don't need them all plus 1. Raid Club plus 1? Nah. Get half attitude with Roland? No, no point. Alright, we're gonna take our first level. So dueling is more damage when I'm doing sword and board stuff, but I'm not always going to be doing that. I think 2-weapon fighting is the play here. Because I'm eventually going to be dual-wielding stuff. Defense is just good all around. But I think 2-weapon fighting is the play. Enhanced Sleep Longstrider. Elixir Battle Mage Power makes Arcane Acuity gear non-essential. Not really how that works. It's the same effect, but Elixir is 3 stacks. Gear is up to 10. So the gear can be more than 3 times as powerful as the Elixir. It's just a matter of what can you spare. Elixir slot, gear slot. Do you have the means to stack the gear slot versions efficiently?
Hello. Hey, bother.
Where did I put that old bucket?
Trader appears encouraged by...
Chat, I'm new here on Twitch. I looked for advice in my game after fighting a certain hag. Not trying to spoil anything. Please tell me if I can ask or I'm ruining the experience here. Yeah, you can ask. Just looking. How can we help? What's your question?
We'll get to the
Hey, Hollow. How are you? Last run I was carrying around a dead rat to throw around with Gloves of Battle Mage's power on. Hey, that works.
I want to have a word.
Yep, good old opportunity cost, as O. David mentioned.
But please, remember, you're not the only
It is an
one.
important concept. You could boil that down to shit ain't free. Except for when it is.
I'm shooting arrows at this. Then this other guy twirls his fingers.
It's two different things. Yeah, Arcane Synergy and Arcane Acuity are very different effects.
Better not be cursed.
Just fought the hag and her victims are just gone. Supposed to be missing. Wanted to free them. Literally couldn't find them, so is that a bug? I don't know about them disappearing. Have you already fought them? Did you already knock them out, for example? Your favorite fight? Oh, I'm not fighting anything right now.
Need something?
Sorry, knock them out? Yeah. So the short one, the halfling, if you knock her out, you can save her. She's not too far gone. The other ones, you can't really actually help them. But you can help her. It's irresponsible to buy these, but I'm going to. Actually, no. Buy one. I'll use a scroll on what's his nuts.
Plague.
I have to knock them out first. Thought if I cured the petrified one, succumb to the poison, just left them alone. Is that wrong? So I'm talking about the ones in the next room over. The ones in the first room when you go down to her hideout, you can't save any of them unless you kill Ethel before interacting with them. Yeah, the guy who's saying, please stop, that one, he's actually fine regardless, but...
We want you dead, you dumb knuckle. Not dead any round. Get down there and stop complaining.
Thanks.
Should talk to them. I mean, what do you want from them? I'm kind of struggling to understand the problem.
A scrying eye. Let's not do anything suspicious while it's watching.
Run's been going smoothly? Yeah. We're still in the early game. We just started, maybe 2 hours ago. I've been yapping a lot, so slow progress.
I'm shooting arrows at
Caster Ranger? Yeah, Caster Ranger is very much a thing. It's just, kind of something you do with purpose. Just a second, please. Didn't know about any of their victims. Want to save them? I think you're hyper fixating, and you should continue playing the video game. You are getting locked up by some environmental storytelling, and you are a lot of your questions here could be answered by playing the game a little more.
Looks like the booze got the better of them. They're practically unconscious. Here we go again.
When I looked at 17 dex, 16 was 8 strength, because run strength elixir at all times. I cannot say that that is something that I would do. No.
That's curious.
My 7th playthrough without reaching Act 3. Should I just reach Act 3 and everything will make sense? I don't think it has anything to do with reaching Act 3. I think it's just, like, finish anything. I think allow yourself to enjoy the game. Allow yourself to play it. You're getting in your head about very specific details. Let it ride, you know? I don't have inspo for dealing with Crusher right now, so... Just want to do everything right, it's stressing me out. I get that. I totally get that. In RPGs especially, like, you want the best outcome for every quest, you want everyone to have their happy ending, etc. I do get the impulse.
Very well.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have much to spare, but it's more than we can carry.
A bit slow to do things the way I'm doing it here, but I'm making sure to check vendors as I assign these levels, so I have more peeks at their inventories.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking. Very...
In it.
We'll be clear. No point.
I almost accidentally stole. That would have been problematic. I will buy one of those. I don't love buying strength elixirs, but in case I need to juggle in this early game segment, it makes sense.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
I have so much gold, am I not buying much? I went around looting stuff. I mean, I've been buying stuff. Okay, Hunter, Colossus Slayer. What do I care about from here? I guess Hunter's Mark for getting surprise rounds. I'll have Hex eventually. But it'll be some time before I do. I don't plan on getting meta magic, so non-twin Halo Thorn just kind of meh. I guess Ensnaring Strike makes sense, actually. Yeah, Ensnaring Strike's good. Thanks, literally why I have so many playthroughs just trying to achieve everything. I'll move on now, gotta remember it's just a game. And part of the value's in the journey, if you ask me. Like, seeing how things work out, giving you a reason to go through another time and have things work out differently. There are some, like, story outcomes of certain things that the happiest ending is not necessarily the one that I like the most. So the stories can unfold in different ways. And that's what makes it interesting. There's also doing things differently for different gameplay. Like, there might be enemies that exist in one route through the game that don't in another. So you get to see and do different things.
Better wait till the hubbub's died down.
Alright, what now?
Welcome back.
What days do I stream? Every day except Sunday. Love to watch because you've all been very nice. Happy to have you here. Yeah, I stream 6 days a week. I start around 10 to 10:30 a.m. Eastern, and I go until I'm tired. So I've been live for 9 hours so far. Yeah, this is the only thing I've streamed in a while. Because I hyperfixate. At some point soon, I plan on streaming a couple other things. Just, this game's gotta loosen its claws a little bit.
Ver
22 XP short of level 4. I was like, why am I not there yet? Yeah, this is where the bad Nautiloid came in. But there's plenty of things I can do to make up that gap. I don't like how the game gives you disproportionate rewards for doing certain quests certain ways, and some random loot mods worsen the situation, trying to lead you to get certain quest paths you might or might not like. I'm not saving those gens for better random gear. No, they die. Understandable. How much money do I have? Yeah, we'll buy the ogres, get the level that way. That's also a noble inspo.
Stranger, be you friend, not food. No, make me an offer. Well spoken, indeed. Ogre, kill everyone around.
Okay. Level 4. Would it be better to get 16 strength, 18 with potion from Act 2, ditch just strength potion, use other instead like Bloodlust? Yes. Because flexibility is key. Bloodlust lets you do more stuff. Doing more stuff is almost always better. But Colossus is also going to work out to more damage than doing strength dump and then fixing it with an elixir. Sometimes you might want elixir vigilance for a particular initiative bracket. Sometimes you might want peerless focus to protect your concentration, or if you're playing something that doesn't get sleep immunity, be immune to sleep. Sometimes you might want a poison resistance elixir so you're immune to cloud kill. Sometimes you might want psychic resistance if you're fighting Githyanki. Like, it depends. So, Dual Wielder would allow me to do some silly stuff earlier. But I think for loot loop purposes, we do take alert. 3 specs are allowed for this run, so I'll Change later. Benefits most from Bloodlust? Anyone, really. Make it a fire build light cleric. Any feats or subclasses suggest I take to maximize my damage? Ooh, that's a good question. How you doing? I'm a real pleb. Dual wielder is going to be really good for you, particularly in the late game, because that allows you to use multiple stat sticks together. So Rhapsody and Marco Heshkir are both Act 3 weapons. Rhapsody is a dagger, Marco Heshkir is a quarterstaff, so you can't normally dual wield them together, but if you take dual wielder, you can have both. And Marco can add up to 4 damage to your fire spells, and Rhapsody can add up to 3 damage to everything you do. So if you're using them together, you're using Scorching Ray, you're getting an extra 7 damage on every single ray. So, pretty big difference. And I'd recommend going at least 11 levels of Cleric. You could take 1 level of Hexblade Warlock to add a little bit of extra damage to everything if you want to go that route. You could take 1 level of Wizard to scribe additional scrolls to diversify your spell list a bit. But I would recommend sticking with 11 levels of Cleric because the spells you get from Cleric at level 11 are very good, very comfortable. Things like Hero's Feast give you a lot of good immunities and extra HP. Planar Ally, you can get some really good summons going. Tree's gonna be in the way, isn't it? Can dual wield a bit of inventory shenanigans without the feat. Yeah, I don't tend to give people build advice based on exploits, because that's a slippery slope.
What's in here?
My subclass into Wizard won't my spells rely on Int instead of Wisdom? Depends on which spells. If it's a spell that comes from your Cleric spellbook, it's still going to be off of your Wisdom. Spells in your Wizard spellbook are always Int. Spells in your Cleric spellbook are always Wisdom, no matter which order you do. What'll change is your spellcasting stat for the purpose of scrolls will be the most recently added level 1 class. So if you do 11 Cleric and then 1 Wizard, your scrolls are going to look at your Int. If you do the reverse, they'll look at your Wisdom. But if you cast, let's say, Scorching Ray from your Cleric spell list, that'll still be Wisdom. Guiding Bolt from your Cleric spell list, that'll still be Wisdom. Doing this without Crusher's Ring is stupid. But I have Longstrider. There's worse mistakes I could be making.
The goblin.
What do you
Leave.
As the symbol glows,
Brand.
the goblins slink back.
Come on, you lot! Hop it! Before she changes her mind!
I Omega save scummed my first proper playthrough pretty much up to the Merkle fight. I was feeling like I wasn't participating in a large part of the game. Dialogue checks are just combat checks in different contexts. All checks I get to math out. Just stealing game from myself. Yeah, it can be very satisfying to stop doing that and just kind of play things out as a story being told rather than a flowchart.
Fall by my hand.
Except things like Moonbeam or the recast uses spellcasting last level 1 class. Yeah, there's oddballs and exceptions. Oh, David, yeah, you're correct.
something to eat. Fresh meat.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Spelling's hard. That's okay. I catch your meaning. So a big thing that you'll hear a lot of us around here talk about, David brought it up a few minutes ago, I never shut up about it, opportunity cost. Say made some good points about you don't have to like make necessarily optimal choices. It'll probably benefit you to learn the theory behind certain things, but you don't necessarily have to. But like opportunity cost as a concept is something to get familiar with. If you are taking something in a slot where you have multiple choices, you are doing it at the exclusion of other things you could have done in that slot, right? So Strength Elixir is a great example. If you have that on, like I have right now, I can't have another elixir on. So if there's a reason I would need something else, I can't do it. Like if I needed more initiative, I have +9 because I took alert and I have 16 dex. But if I needed to be at +14 initiative, I couldn't do it with a strength elixir. So I would have to switch. But then if my strength was bad, I'd be running around at 8 strength on my strength-based build. And that would be an issue. Think about if you take a feat, you didn't take every other feat on the list. If you took a level in a class, you didn't take that level in every other class. So there's always something you are gaining and something you are losing. And viewing things that way lets you make choices about, okay, what is going to be most beneficial for what I'm trying to do.
Cut me loose! Well, get up. You saved nothing. Take my...
Late development spellcasting attribute questions, so try to Google it first. If you take all levels on a non-caster class, like Berserker Barbarian, what are your spells? Scroll DC base off of. So every class has a default. If you are pure class fighter, it's intelligence. Even if you don't have any caster classes or subclasses, it's intelligence, because it's got to pick something. Same with rogue. Fighters and rogues go with wizards in the intelligence area. This gets weird with multi-classing. Eldritch Knight and Arcane Trickster are the ones that can change your casting stat to intelligence alongside wizard. But multi-classing into fighter or rogue from something that already has a different casting stat won't actually change it, because they're not casters unto themselves. This isn't true for barbarians and monks. Barbarians, theirs is charisma, and multi-classing into barbarian will change your stat to charisma. Monks, same thing, but with wisdom. Rangers and paladins. Paladins are charisma, rangers are wisdom. Warlocks are charisma, and then, the full casters are the obvious stats for them. But there's a stat associated with every class. Because the game has to pick something. More complicated than I expected. Yeah, it's... Your scroll spellcasting stat will be the most recent class that you put level 1 in, with the exception of fighter and rogue, unless you take the spellcasting subclass for fighter and rogue.
What's inside?
A little bit wordy, but that's how it works. You'll just memorize all that stuff and information hub online somewhere. I mean, the wiki is pretty good. It's not infallible. No individual source of information is. But also, this game has been my main stream content and game that I've given my attention, even outside of stream, for the last 2 years. I have over 5,500 hours in it, and I've beaten the game enough times that I've lost track. I genuinely don't know how many I've done. It's just a lot of repetition. And course, surrounding yourself with people with the same interests, you'll absorb their knowledge too. Just like any other hobby or interest, you get more proficient by doing it more. Absorb knowledge even if it's cursed and you didn't want it. Exactly.
Looking for steel? I have, well, something close.
My favorite class for playstyle? Cleric is my favorite class. I love the diversity of, like, the different domains give you all sorts of different playstyles. Spells you can choose from, features that you get. But the spell list for Cleric as a whole, just baseline, is so good. And it's comfortable for me. You're tanky, you have great dialogue options, you have great skill check options. It's my happy place.
You saved Arabella from the druids. And we're happy to... I want to... Anything else?
Almost forgot to pick up this quest. Yeah, I'll buy the Colossus.
Anything else? Making sure we're ready to leave. You...
So if you have two different spellcasting classes, you should take whichever one has a higher modifier second for scroll attack saves. Sometimes. Something you have to consider is whatever class you start as can determine your gear proficiencies and your saving throw proficiencies. Like starting as Ranger here, you see how I have the outline around Strength and Dex here? These are the two saving throw proficiencies I get. Each class starts with two of them. Some of them are better than others. The three physical ones are incredibly nice to have. But looking at casters, Sorcerer is the only one that gets Constitution. So this is why a lot of people prioritize starting as Sorcerer, because con save proficiency is very good. The mental stats, a lot less so. Want to know why is the BG3 community so much focused on Eldritch Blast builds? It gets very boring. Vibes is usually the answer. Yeah. Eldritch Blast is the closest thing BG3 has to a gun without a mod. And people do like their pew-pew gameplay in video games, you know? Neat detail about Dragonborn breath weapons, they're all Marco compatible. That is neat.
Just out of view.
So bad at this today. Unbelievable. It is one of the better offensive cantrips. Yeah, like, of all the things to fixate on, I'm not mad to fixate on that one.
What path lies before me?
I forgot to refresh Ethel's bag, but oh well, I don't care. Deal with those goblins later. Failing, that's unfortunate. Little less loot, little less XP. Make a map marker if I want to bring someone else here later, but... actually good, even if you optimize for it. It depends on your point of reference, but yes. Does it compete, outdo martial builds? Depending on context, yes. Just don't compare it to, like, min-maxed archery builds. View it for what it is. Yeah. If you optimize for it, you can make one Eldritch Blast do over 100 damage. You can send all that 100 damage at one person, you can set it at 3 people. You can get good value out of it. Now, I'm going to stress the depending on your frame of reference thing, because while that is good damage that is effective and gets through the game, and is definitely stronger than some other things people swear by, like, comparison matters, because if you're comparing that to something like optimized Rat Bat or high-end archery builds, it's going to start to look incomparable. But that's why I do urge, don't compare things that often. It can be decent to get a feel for how things work, but try to look at things in their own merit. So ideally right now we want to hit level 5 before going to Grimforge. I want more inspiration than I have. Lockpick this.
Don't give me trouble now.
Picking up a soul coin will be an inspo. 10 XP for going in this door.
This place wasn't built for the living. Step carefully. There's a trap. Anything of use?
Failing Hope's dialogue checks do anything. You don't get the information about the Beryllius Receptor being someone you could fool the Archivist with. So that dialogue check won't appear if you don't either get the info from Hope or use Detect Thoughts on the Archivist. But other than that, no, it doesn't really affect anything. Just make sure you tell Hope you're actually going to help her so she gives you the disguise, otherwise you won't get the disguise. That's the only part that matters. If you're Karlach, you don't even need the Beryllius Receptor line, you could just tell the Archivist, hey, I'm Karlach, let me see the fucking thing. And he'll be like, oh, okay.
Always room for more. Here we go.
What I love about this game is that high-end optimized damage gets so ridiculous that a lot of things just insta-delete most bosses instead of just 1 or 2 things that get to that point. Yeah, I am partial to games that have build crafting sandboxes that allow you to get really powerful with a bit of legwork, with a bit of knowledge, and do that in all sorts of different ways. I like overall viability being high. I think that's an issue with BG3 Discord and Reddit. Doesn't matter if you can do 300 damage as long as there's other things that does 1,000 plus, it's garbage and you're dumb for using it. And they aren't even good at valuing things by that metric. I'm not disagreeing with you because, yeah, there's absolutely a lot of people who view things that way. But, like, if they were viewing things that way with actual game knowledge supporting it, you would hear them talk about things like throwing smoke powder bombs. You'd hear them talk about things like, again, the Rat Bat. But they're running around talking about things like, you know, but Divine Smite is so good. The Divine Smite wishes it was Booming Blade. And I am including that for end-of-game, everything available, max damage calculations. Divine Smite, 4th level Divine Smite. Unless you are using it against a Fiend or Undead, and making certain build adjustments to compensate for that, it's still worse than Booming Blade. Yet, it gets all the the credit. Hell, it's not even 4th level. They don't know about that mechanic. They'll be like, yeah, it's 1st level Divine Smite, greatest thing ever. These same people that don't think Sneak Attack is good, when a Swashbuckler can slam 288 damage into someone from just Sneak Attack piggybacking whatever they hit someone with. 288 per hit. You can just do that. But, like, that doesn't get to count, because Rogue doesn't have extra attacks. It's all very vibes-based, but, like, in the bad way. Instead of, I like this, it's, I didn't think of this, so it's bad. Frustrating. Let's do Arcane Tower now. Is Karlach the best origin for Monk? Astarion gets his buff way too late. It depends on the Monk. If you are looking for damage in the early game, yeah, Karlach is the only one that gets that additional damage. But if you want to pick up gear proficiencies, neither Karlach nor Astarion helps you with that, so that's something to consider. Astarion gets more accuracy, though, you know, if you're doing a Tavern Brawler setup, that tends to matter less. But Astarion's high elf cantrip means he can pick up something good from that too, and Karlach doesn't have that. His Ascended buff is good damage, but that, to your point, is a lot later. So, as with everything else, it depends. I'll just take the damage here. What do I care?
Something over there.
Not an origin, but if you're doing a throw-based monk, Minthara's in the conversation. Not only is Minthara in the conversation, Minthara is the pick because soul branding is incredibly just kind of fucked up strong.
These flowers. What is this feeling?
Funny thing is that level 1 to 3 smites can still trigger Magic Club and Crater Flesh instances if you crit, but yeah, it's still not looking good. Yeah, like, you're still not getting any of the stuff that is checking for spell. And at the top end, that includes Amulet of Elemental Torment and the Blast Pendant, which Blast Pendant is on 1 hit per long rest, but you can make that 1 hit unholy. And Amulet of Elemental Torment, well, that can be on every spell hit you do. So if you do, say, Thunderous Smite and Booming Blade for your action instead of 2 4th level smites, oftentimes Elemental Torment will contribute more damage. With less variation between the floor and ceiling, even, because Divine Smite is famously inconsistent. Yeah, Minthara also has hand crossbow proficiency from being a drow, and hand crossbows are monk weapons if you have proficiency. So something like playing a Tav, and simulating that aspect of Minthara, that can compete
Seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
the value offered by Astarion or Karlach, depending on what the idea of the build is. Monk Archer is very real, and it's very good. Let's think about hand crossbows. Mechanically, their downsides over the bows is less variety, less range, and significantly lower base damage. Let's see, short bows here, D6, hand crossbows D6, but if I had a bigger bow, which I don't have any on me, Heavy crossbows are, much bigger damage die. Longbows are bigger damage die. Monks can make hand crossbows have a bigger damage die than they do normally, which is good. And if you play open hand, you can get an additional bonus action temporarily. Not aware of the Rat-Bat being broken item up till you mentioned 5 minutes ago. Extra, because of the extra 1d6 piercing counting the DRS? Yes. That's exactly why. And because of that, Rat-Bat is capable of outputting more damage than almost every other melee weapon in the game. At its top end.
That chest. I can wait. Did that chest of transformation?
So I don't quite fully get it. How do you squeeze the most out of Lightning Blast other than wet notes, DRS damage, instance, get the usual stuff? Feel like I'm missing something. So Lightning Blast will apply to every instance that is part of the hit that you're doing, as long as they all happen simultaneously. So you'll get, like, let's say you did Rat-Bat, Craterous Wounds. So, like, that's 4, right? You'll get 4 Lightning Blasts. And it's determined by the damage... It's determined by the number of lightning charges you had when the blast happened, and it also gets the lightning charge bonus itself, and you'll also deliver a lightning burst. So building into the lightning blast setup, you're getting 5 additional instances of damage that are all going to individually get riders. If the target is wet, then they're going to double up. So each of these lightning blast and burst instances can be 20 plus damage. So that's Blast Pendant contributing upwards of 80 damage by itself. And 80 damage from one item slot is quite good. Especially the amulet slot being pretty barren in terms of things that actually provide you value offensively. Like, compare the impact of Broodmother's Revenge, which people believe to be good, with the impact of the Blast Pendant. You're talking maximum 12 damage versus conservatively 80 damage. What I was missing is I tried hitting an enemy with Shock and Grasp with 6 charges, and some buffs only added 1 single instance. Yeah, it'll be on other simultaneous instances. The simultaneous part is key there. This is why it doesn't work well on, like, Chain Lightning, because it'll just get absorbed on the first hit, and you'll lose it before the fork happens. So it's good on the melee ones, like Booming Blade, Thunderous Smite. It's good on AoEs that have multiple instances of damage that hit simultaneously, like Lightning Arrow, Ice Storm, Destructive Wave, Flame Strike. In terms of weapons, aren't bows or crossbows much better than any melee weapon due to being able to use arrows of slaying in many targets? Can any melee weapon do anything close to that? Rat-Bat is mechanically the same thing as arrow of slaying. The reason why Rat-Bat is good is because it does that same behavior. So that should make it click how good Rat-Bat is. A long rest restriction is important to consider, though. For Blast Pendant, it is. When using, say, Twinned Lightning Arrow with that pendant, each lightning damage instance gets Blast Pendant on top of it. Yes.
Using the cipher you found, you might be able to skip or its layers.
Disc. Are these Githyanki markings? Lae'zel might know.
In our multiplayer, GG's going to fight concentrating on magic weapon for Rat-Bat. Nice. Yes, Ratbat has its extra DRS innately, which means you have more applications in terms of
You know these words.
builds you can use it on. Like, probably wouldn't immediately jump out that in terms of top dog for single hit Ratbat damage, it is a competition between Wizard and Barbarian. Nobody else is hanging with those two for single target, one Ratbat hit. Wizard and Barbarian are like shitting downwards on everyone else.
That chair leg could make for a fine
And that's
weapon.
because the fact that Ratbat is an arrow of slaying that you're swinging at people passively. And unlike arrows of slaying, where, you know, that's your attacking action, Ratbat can be used to Booming Blade. Ratbat can be used to Divine Smite. Ratbat can be used to Thunderous Smite. Ratbat can be used to, you know, Trip Attack. Whatever your poison is.
The ring lit up.
Reason why I one-shot the dragon using dragon slaying arrows, because it's the same as Ratbat. Uh-huh. Nothing sneakier than a bat covered in nails and blood. Hmm? It's not like the Myrmidon weapons, you only get the DRS from the weapon action they come with, so you can't Boom and Blade do any funny stuff with them. And also the Myrmidon weapons can't be coded. That's a downside of them. Ratbat, great with codings.
Perhaps Ammelium is right. I should get a
I
mask.
won't have a word.
Welcome back. Have you made it? It's curious to find truly remarkable.
Are you looking to have it open your mind to but the lava, and even without the but not to worry. But there may be a way to Temasks call the you must drink.
If your HP is too low when you do this and you fail the saves, you can die. But your HP has to be quite low. Otherwise, it's fine.
Pierces your mind like knives of ice.
See, this is an example of, but Quag, wisdom. It's like, yeah, but it doesn't matter.
The parasite.
That lava is like such an outcome. I would offer it as a gift, but in truth, the ring is priceless.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection.
Cloud of
is
Dagger
to your
Scroll,
liking.
we like that. I'll take Magic Missile and See Invis too. Would be useful. But you still get Survival Instinct if you fail the checks? So that's what they decided, I guess. It's like, the way it's working is the same thing is happening, it's just how physically affected you are by the tadpole thrashing around in your head while Omelum's trying to take it out. It all still happens, it's just how okay you are. And how well you resist the potion.
Very well.
I greet you, son child.
Should consider getting attitude with Omelum. So I could put Longstrider on him now for the Iron Throne later. Think about it. The idea to be as inaccurate as possible to piss off Tenacity Riders. Yeah, something to that effect, Mark. Planning on eventually having low Riz and Pact Binding Tenacity weapons. Probably gonna do a bit of Punch Drunk Bastard with Drunk Monk to extend the drunk duration. And then use that. In Act 3, I want to do Offhand Duelist Prerogative. Main hand Tenacity weapon for 2 Tenacities. And more than 2, technically, because of how you can make... Basically, Duelist Prerogative gives you the reaction when you equip the item. So if you can make the item unequip, even temporarily, you'll still get the reaction when it re-equips. Sounds fun. Good luck. Have fun. I will. Hope you're having a good day. We haven't done our first long rest yet. Still don't need to. Doing suppose. Let's try to get Crusher's Ring.
So, I'm shooting arrows at this dwarf. It's great. Then this other guy twirls his fingers.
Over encumber myself? I could. I was thinking rotten food too, maybe. Just poison myself as needed.
As the symbol glows,
I have the wrong gloves on.
Power courses through you.
Go on, or I'll wipe that nasty look right off. What was that? That's more like it.
That's why we want inspo.
You enjoy.
One thing about Tenacity is not exactly a melee attack, ignores Armor of Agathis. Yeah, it's an on-hit event that is considered as your weapon having hit someone, but it's not an attack that you succeeded. So, like, it'll still ability drain, apply weapon coatings, get tons of buffs, but it doesn't trigger Agathis. It's really cool. Wouldn't a successful hit do more damage, just for demonstration purposes? Successful hit would often do more damage, but, like, I want to build around Tenacity, just because that's the exercise, that's the thought experiment here.
This calls for careful footwork.
And as you can see here, Tenacity dealt more damage than an actual hit. And it gets Colossus Slayer, so Tenacity Colossus Slayer is strong.
Moving in.
This is making my head hurt.
Once we get our Warlock level, we'll also have Hex going on that. One inspo. Don't love that. What can I do next? Let's go to the swamp. Really enjoying these runs of let's get this gear mechanic and push it, see how far we can take it. Yeah, I really like giving myself a parameter to work within and then seeing how far that thing can go. Yeah, it should be great against the Necromites, Yetta. Maybe you could heat convert his tenacity with fire infusion. Fire infusion works, so heat probably does. Be weird if it didn't. Best case, it would work like retaliation, where it's applied but not consumed. That could be pretty saucy. I hadn't even thought about that.
Just stop this. We don't.
This is a fight I shouldn't take, but it's 2 XP, so I'm gonna. Yes, I knew they wouldn't be wet before the damage. Trying to control their movement a little bit. What exactly triggers these Nightbot responses? First word of the message.
Something good here, I hope.
Colossus Slayer did work on them.
I didn't. I.
A chill runs up your spine. You feel...
Don't care. Didn't ask. Helpless ratio.
Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Save, what's that about? Reminders to save, because game crashes can cost hours of progress if I'm not saving frequently. That one is just on a timer.
Fresh, sweet, the warm.
We're gonna drink from Montiello's well. This gives us 10 effective HP. Just had to walk half naked, because this is how default clothes work on Dragonborn. They just look like that. I'm wearing clothes. I decided to not show armor. Oh no, this doesn't look as cool. Lost 2 runs of corrupted saves. Oof. New subclass patch is buggy. Yeah, patch 8 was very bad for game stability. They've improved it in hotfixes since then, and that's been very welcome. I hope they continue to do that. But yeah, it was real rough. Save file corruption. Crashes all the time. Very frustrating. Very tactful way of putting it. I'm trying to be diplomatic about that. I could use more expletives there, but I find that expressing anger often isn't conducive to getting people to understand that you have thought about something, you know?
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
That cloud of daggers here, it is almost completely consistent. Because if you get a surprise round with it, you get the tick when it's first applied, you get the tick on their turn in the surprise round, then you get the tick on their turn in the next round. Don't have to do anything. No saving throws involved. Yesterday I found out that there's no autosave after killing Grab or killing Lava Elemental. Lost 40 minutes of gameplay. Yeah. Myself, other people, I know it's happened to Trade, I know it's happened to Mark, I know it's happened to Andy. Lost entire streams of progress to crashes at times. It's real bad. Cloud of Daggers is hilariously strong in Act 1, especially with Minor Illusion. Yeah, JD. It's really, really underappreciated. I'm so happy whenever I see Cloud of Daggers scrolls. And of course, it's a go-to. I pick it up as soon as I have second level spellcasting on a Bard.
Do you think the fight up front...
Very well. Open up.
Call of Duty's great. I'm staring at you. You are being perceived. Get a little more XP by waking this guy up, but also, fuck him.
Better not be cursed.
Whatever, new Cloud Daggers outdamages most things before level 5. It gets downplayed a lot. I suppose it doesn't help that it's a second level spell, and people assume that things that are higher level automatically do more damage. Like, there's people who think Fireball is good and Cloud of Daggers is bad, and it's like, but what do you, what? Their passive perception higher than 20? Yes. The one outside the, where the newborn mind flayer is in Rivington in Act 3, DC 25, I think? Or is that investigation? The one on the way to the Temple of Baal to spot the ambush, that's either 25 or 30. I don't remember what the one in the Morphic Pool is. That's another high one. But the answer is yes.
Never wanted the easy path. No traps, please.
Good upcast as well. Yeah, it is. Cloud of Daggers upcast goes hard. Let's do this first. Tenacity. Colossus Slayer. For better push angle. There we go. See the Gloves of Power effect still applied from Tenacity. Oh yeah, I forgot that that happens. That's fine. She's going in. Nadira, don't die. torturers. You can find Minthara. Ad almost killed me with double clouded daggers a few times. They even have repelling blast, so they will, and Mark has lost a run this way. They will put down cloud of daggers and then Eldritch blast you and knock you into the cloud of daggers. They're no joke.
Let me guess. You care to explain why you reek of the hells? And
Us.
1 XP is 1 XP.
Another fight. I'm done. Actions have...
Best combat AI in the game. There's a lot of real good combat AI in the game. There's some real shit ones, but there's some real clever ones. Like, certain enemy design choices were incredible. Like, they gave Moonrise Adepts psychic resistance, which doesn't sound substantial, but it's at the point in the game where you start really having a lot of tadpoles, so you're probably going to really start employing tadpole powers, things like Psionic Backlash, because they're spellcasters. They take less damage from your backlash.
The squirrel lunges.
You see, you're in my territory, and I want you gone. No, now get moving.
But does disguise work in this?
The squirrel lunges at
You see, you're in my territory, and I want you gone. But are these
Shoutouts to Dwergar Archer somehow finding the most 300 IQ roaring arrow angles against you. Yeah, that too. Had a big brain steel watcher during coronation. Oh, I've had big brain steel watchers too. Yep. If I was really going all in on XP, there's a few tieflings I'd knock out right now. Lacrissa, Zevlor. Lacrissa, Zevlor, Elegus. I would kill Kaldani. Could knock out Rika too, but I don't want to. I just don't feel like it. Let's go talk to Alfira.
I want to learn a trick too. It's something only I know.
Always fun to see enemies using thunder arrows to move their fellow combatants out of surfaces, etc. They're even willing to do things like cast darkness to override cloud kill.
Please, make it stop!
I'll grab your Arm Master next. Probably not, no. Alert is only here as part of a temporary spec. I might not end up going Alert later, but we'll see. Dual Wielder is a feat I'm definitely going to want in Act 3. I just don't know about before then. I'm just in a loot loop setup right now. Aside from Colossus Slayer.
More like butchering. Don't at the hands of this. Wait. What? Yes. Sorry. There was so much blood, and
I don't care for musical proficiency on this run, so we'll just take the guaranteed XP. That counts as making it stop? Yeah, I guess it does. Gandalf guy never appear if it took Gale's hand? Yes. Part of Gale's storyline. Doesn't happen without him. Trigger for Elminster to spawn into the world is having fed Gale one item. And you can't do that if you never pulled him out of the wall. It used to be, the trigger used to be just pulling Gale out of the wall. So you could pull him out of the wall, just never talk to him again, and go kill Elminster. And it was fine, but patch 8 changed them. How many bombs do I have? 6? I could handle Joaquin's Rest.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Time to press ahead.
Is killing Elminster just XP? Yeah, it's 1000 XP. You can still do it. It just requires Gale being recruited in patch 8. Whereas it didn't before. But if you take his hand, then no. Always been enough. Since I have another one of these. Perfect grouping too. You surviving is unfortunate.
At the ready. Can't risk being in open view. Best be on my way.
No upside getting Gale's hand? Nope. Rather than 1 inspiration role-playing reasons. That 1 inspiration is also not even unique. You get an inspiration the first time you give in to the urge and the first time you resist the urge. There are many triggers for both of those. So you got absolutely nothing.
Something good here, I hope.
It's one of those things that it's just not in your best interest to do if you're talking about practicality and choices. It's kind of like there's almost never a case for raiding the Grove. There just is never a case for taking Gale's hand. All lost, no gain. It's an item you can use in Act 3, but again, it's not unique for that. There's an entire list of NPC hands you can get, plus Gortash. Wrong, you get to skip all his dialogue. You get to skip all his dialogue if you pull him out of the wall, beat him to death, get the money from doing his revival protocol, and then you leave him there without ever having recruited him. So you get XP for pulling him out, and then money. And then you don't have to listen to him. Like, there's also easier ways to just not interact with Gale. Or minimize your interaction with Gale.
Smoke. Something's burning. Have to keep going.
I hear shouting. Someone needs help.
Grand Duke Ravengard could be inside. Don't just stand there. Push!
I'm gonna buy the javelins from Yeva. 20 XP for talking to her. No minor illusion. It's gonna make this a little awkward. It'll be fine adjacent. Like, yeah, except for his hunger. Good thing his hunger is only 3 items. And there's a ton of trash items placed in the game just for Gale to eat. have any speed pots yet. Make one.
Out of sight, out of mind. My hand slipped. So is it done?
Gauntlet Dane being at full HP is a problem. Make that work though. Never noticed till now how meat locks come in different colors. Yeah, little details. They're very satisfying. This is pretty much all I bought the bombs for, so I'm gonna go all out.
I don't need any attention right now.
Enjoy your weekend. Thanks, Guava Chips. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Even still have a bomb. It's good. I didn't budget for that. I was just fortunate. Now here's the tricky part.
To sleep. What's in here?
That might actually be a good idea. Maybe that too, but
How much further can I go?
Come. You're bold. Listen, I must and you. May I trust you'll see it through? Thank. Go. I will seek.
what a dot spell sparkler.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Of course. You should prioritize healing. No? Okay. Wizard's Bane Oil was absolutely a good call. I happened to roll good, but reducing the DC from 17 to 14 was still a very good call. I could throw her up there, follow her up, push her off, but without the ladder, it's difficult. The correct play here is to speed pot and hit her again, but I'm not gonna. Greed.
What's hiding here?
Oh yeah, Colossus Lair works on inanimate objects, I always forget that.
Mary. Oh, Mary.
A water bottle on myself so I'm wet, so I'm immune to burning. Started auto mode, run with friend, decided to go as a lower bar, focus on just being full control caster, line hold person, hypnotic pattern. Been walking the park so far. Nice. I love Lore Bard.
No, I was ready to run. They took the shiny one.
$1.8k to level. Now this is more combats than I normally take before level 5. I'm just being aggressive.
Excellent armor. Strange place to find it.
Not to forget Dissonant Whispers and Cloud of Daggers, of course. Of course. Dissonant Whispers remains my favorite spell in the game. Not just because it's good, it is very good. But I just like it. I like the vibes, I like the concept. It's just cool.
What's that?
This is XP, but you have to wait. I don't know why.
Just out of view. Have to keep going.
If I had more bombs, I could go for the Flind right now, but I do not have more bombs. Could handle the Withers dungeon, but the gain would not be significant. Go kill Arca and Memnos.
Another step forward.
That's a Tenacity. I should pick up a stronger Tenacity weapon. wait for now.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Do we get to wear armor too?
No. We have nothing that would fit you.
No one stopped me yet. That's a friendly looking shadow.
You'll get.
Fall by my hand.
Better of a chest trauma, so probably something you've not seen people use. It's a Morningstar maneuver. Disadvantage in con saves and one fewer action.
I'm gonna bite the heads off your kids, and your birdies, and your dogs.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Let me out, you bloody softies.
Low roll on Colossus Lair.
They're gonna. Could probably stick your. Get me out of it. Then
Agreeing to free Saza. 15 XP. Killing Arca has 2 benefits. 1, I mean, I got her XP. 2, I don't have to worry about keeping her alive if I do Grove Defense later. Because she's already dead. And that does actually give me a good placement for Glyph of Warding that I can do. That would otherwise not work well because of her. Memnos tended to stop before Aaron in my game and anything the same. My previous playthrough, yes, and I don't know why he sometimes does that. Keta, I have no idea, but I have seen exactly what you're talking about. Should go buy Corrosive Flail. I have the money. It's been 10.5 hours already? Man, I'm really locked in on this. I'm giving myself a cutoff of we'll go like 15 more minutes.
Need something?
How cat this caddis. Something I am going to need for this build is, I do need my strength modifier to always be good. This does push me towards Cloud Giant if I want maximum tenacity damage. But there's still going to be situations where I want other elixirs on. So this is probably a hag hair on strength run. Start 16. Hag hair to 17. Starring potion. And a feat to 20. But with multi-classing, I won't have a second feat for a while. That's if I want extra attack. I'll think about that. I'm not actually sure. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you because that info like 4 hours ago on stream. Yeah, I don't have that thing this week. It's looking like that's next week. So, wrangle up Glenny. We could do that thing if you're still down. Vic, what are you doing? What do you want? You don't love me, you want something. No, that totally missed what you said. I could do movie night tonight. But if not, that's okay too. Because I only found out that that I could like a couple hours ago. Let's go, message Glenny. Okay. I don't think I need that into scroll on second thought. I think I'll be okay. Oh, hey, there he is. Stay out of my DMs. No, I'm gonna DM you, and it's gonna be a Typhlosion. And then what are you gonna do? See, he wants something. He's trying to jump on my desk. Alright. Gonna have to eat you. Your food now. You think everything's food? That means you are also food. What do you think about that? Pushing up stuff from here. Okay. I think crossbow, so you can go kill Palma. We have Colossus Lair too.
Let's see.
Look at this guy. Don't let him fool you. He just knows he's cute, and he wants something. Now, is what he's doing working? Absolutely. Yeah, with 2-weapon fighting style and Colossus Slayer doing 14 damage on an offhand crossbow shot is pretty wild. Here's dead to poison. Oh. That was fast.
Need to find a way forward.
Why do you like this? Okay, well then come here. You wanna get your head pet? Come here. Got you anyway. Alright, wants this. The motor won't stop running. I think the check engine light is on too. Turn it off and on again. Hang on, hang on. I'm pressing the button. Nothing's happening. Okay, maybe you tolerate me. Get your butthole out of my face. Thank you. Thank you. Don't jump on the desk. It's not for you. You know that's not for you. I don't make the rules. But that's a complete lie. I do. You know that I do.
Breathe quiet. Move with better than nothing.
First short rest of the run.
By my hand.
Yes, my desire.
Got the crit. Got the chest trauma. Ooh. Ooh. I didn't anticipate using hand crossbows, but with two-weapon fighting style, that just kind of makes sense, right? I was gonna go enough ranger levels to get extra attack, but if I'm doing this, do I care? I don't think I care. Alright. Chunk off level 5, but we'll get there. We'll get there on Monday. Continue this run then. Thank you everybody for hanging out. For seeing the last run through, hanging out for this new one. Extra attack's holding me back. Yeah, like I can put way more on tenacity if I just don't take extra attack. Who's live? Who's doing the thing? Kara's on. Nap is playing Night Rain. Yump's playing DOS 1. Let's go to Kara. Keep it in the BG3 directory. Game turns into Shadow of the Colossus Slayer. Damn, that's good. I gotta make a build that's just that. Get a Shadow Monk with Colossus Slayer. That's fucking cool. You're cool. Okay, yes, I'll feed you. Thank you, everybody. Oh, he made it onto the desk. Okay, come on. That's not for you. It's not for you. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Tomorrow's my scheduled day off. I can speak. I don't stream Sundays. I will be live Monday, around 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. More of this run. Hopefully, we'll be able to make enough progress to run around in Act 2. Likely. But Kara's doing level 1 fighter stuff, so hang out there. Bye.